Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. So we're doing universal protection. The idea of protection, really when you look at it, it is dealing with kinds of dysregulation that can happen within the nervous system, right? Like when somebody comes up and says some obnoxious thing to you, the words aren't necessarily the thing that has the power. It's just whatever happens, the reaction in our nervous system is the effect. And so the idea of protection is the more we refine our nervous system, the more we regulate the sympathetic nervous system, which is action and activity, but it's also like fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. The more that we regulate that, the more that the people or situations don't have an impact on us. Now, sometimes it might be a person, it might be a situation, it might even just be a potential. Like we might be nervous about something that might happen or might not happen. But sometimes it can be weather, it can be, traffic, it can be all kinds of things. And the idea of protection is to fortify and regulate the nervous system or a particular area of the nervous system to the point where it doesn't have a negative reaction to the external stimuli, where it throws the body into a weird neural loop. Right? And so that's the goal of protective practices is how to strengthen the body, how to strengthen the nervous system, how to regulate the nervous system and keep it from going into neural loops. Now, a lot of times we see this as something that might be emotional or mental, but it's usually physical, and physical things can be having an issue, and we might not be emotionally or mentally aware. Like later, we're going to do a thing with the skin where we're just trying to protect the skin, right? Especially in cold times, depending on where you live. The weather might be a little harsher on your skin than other times. And so we're just trying to keep the body from going into a weird reactive state, right? So with that, the very first thing we're going to do is just energetic regulation. And, here we're looking at things that are very strengthening and supportive to the heart and help generate a kind of neutralizing energy in the body, right? Anytime that the heart activates, it has a regulating effect on the nervous system. And so when we're in difficult situations, the more that the heart can be activated, the stronger the regulation of the nervous system. So we're just trying to lay a blueprint from this. So in doing this, we're going to be utilizing the ball of light, which we've been talking about for a while. We've been talking about it for a very long time, but we're talking about it intensely for probably like what, the last 6 weeks maybe. And so we're going to practice that a little bit more and we're going to utilize it through the weekend. Now, the ball of light is a manifestation of the mental permanent atom, which is inside the pineal gland. It's what you would call the inner eye, the blue pearl, um, mental permanent seed, mental permanent atom. Um, so this atom, this seed that's in the pineal gland, is how we process information from the soul, and it's also how light comes into the body. It's also referred to as the seed of consciousness, right? So our mental faculties and our consciousness are tied directly to this mental permanent seed, and it's very, very tiny, right? But it's how light fills the body. Now, a further extension of that is the ball of light that surrounds us, right? It's tied to our life force, it's tied to the function of our meridians and our energy centers and how they function and how they work, right? And so this ball of light has a lower nature component and it also has a higher nature component. Some of this ball of light is also tied to the energy that we've gathered up from the earth, from being on the earth. And the energy from the soul and the energy from the earth have mixed to create this ball of light, right? So when we go into a fight flight phase or a dysregulated phase, our ball of light is predominantly more lower nature, right? When we're in a place of peace and the heart is activated and we are connected to our higher faculties, the ball of light is more of the light of the soul or the intuitive mind. And as we go through our normal day or as we go through life, the more that we can be in that place of like our higher nature, the more that we are internally guided, we're internally protected, and we break patterns that cause us suffering in our lives, be it that they come from our childhood or a weird situation, doesn't really matter. We kind of innovate our way out of these situations. We keep aligning with an inner truth or our inner nature. So that's what we're shooting for. So the idea of the ball of light doesn't mean you can just close your eyes and automatically see it. It takes practice, right? And some of it's there, but some of it is you perceive it with the intuitive mind, but part of the stumbling block sometimes is the intellect. And so we have to kind of visualize and visualize and visualize. And at some point, the intellectual mind starts to grasp the idea of that we're surrounded by the ball of light. And as this happens, it becomes easier and easier to perceive. So you could say, in a way, this is helping intellect and intuition to work together and to communicate with each other. So that's one level of visualizing the ball of light. Also, when we visualize the ball of light around us, it, by its nature, has a regulating effect on the nervous system. It helps to balance out the fight flight and regulate that, and it helps to increase or improve vagal tone. Vagal tone is how we rest and how we repair, how we regulate ourselves, how we release emotion, how we, basically kind of balance out our system, right? And then we can also use it as a diagnostic. The more that we're aware of this ball of light, we might be sitting at home and on a Sunday and visualizing the ball of light and you can perceive it or at least you can sense it and feel it and you go, oh, the ball of light's amazing. And then you have a phone call from a relative or somebody obnoxious. And all of a sudden you go, okay, I'm visualizing the ball of light. My ball of light disappeared. Or it's got some holes in it. It's gray and it's got some areas where there's maybe no light at all. And so we can see by simply looking at the ball of light how dysregulated our nervous system is in that situation, right? In that situation. So let's look at it like this. Give me just a second here. I was looking something up. Dysregulation Again, fight, flight, it's fight, flight, freeze, or fawn, right? And basically, we're constantly looking for situations where there might be a threat, right? Our nervous system can become hyper vigilant or hyper reactive based on past experiences. And part of this is because we get stuck in what we call like a trauma loop or a neural loop, a neural loop. And we all kind of have some of these to a certain extent, but what does that really even mean? Like a neural loop. If you think about like times where you're feeling fine, somebody says something and then you have this reaction and you get upset, you know, you say something or you get defensive, your heart rate changes, you start breathing really shallow, you get upset or agitated, maybe angry, or you get super anxious. Part of that is just a dysregulation of the nervous system, but it's also a neural loop or a trauma loop. And a trauma loop is just basically a neurological sequence that got interrupted, right? It didn't get to go full cycle. So then it's stuck halfway through this loop and it still feels like it's happening because it didn't get to go through the completion cycle. So first we have a detection of some sort of threat, like something's going on. There's a threat, there's a potential threat. Something's going to harm me, something's going to hurt, something, I'm being threatened, whatever it is. So we have the detection of that. Then the body gets activated. It goes into fight flight. It basically starts to take action. We need to run. We need to fight. We need to freeze, gather more information. We need to fawn, which means like try to fit in and not get abandoned or rejected and whatever that might look like. Right. And so this can happen even in the body. It's not just your emotions and your mind do this, but your body can have reactions that your emotions and mind are completely unaware of, right? So a lot of times at this point is where we get stuck. We get stuck in this action, activation or this action where we go into fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. And for whatever reason, we get stuck there and we don't get to go to the completion phase. And in the completion phase, if we were able to go there, would be okay, the thread is gone. Whatever the problem was, it's no longer there. We are not in danger anymore. So then there's a discharge of defensive energy or a protective energy that gets discharged, right? So that cycle is now going into a completion phase. And then once it's gone into that completion phase, it returns to being regulated. Like it goes back to its just normal functioning, you know, parameters. Well, a lot of times we get stuck after the activation phase. And if we get stuck there, we're constantly in fight flight, right? We're constantly in action mode, even though the situation might not be there anymore, right? So something that happened 10, 20, 30 years ago, if it's still stuck in that neural loop to the body, it still feels like it's happening because the body is still taking action, right? Most symptoms in the body are tied to some form of dysregulation, right? The body's not able to go into repair mode, and your body is in an activation mode where it's in fight flight, like there's some sort of perceived danger, be it real or imagined. Right? So the idea is to help regulate this aspect, help calm it down. And if we are in an a neural loop or a trauma loop, how do we unwind it? How do we resolve it? How do we bring it to a place of completion so that that defensive energy or that protective energy can be discharged, can be released? A lot of times when we go, oh, I need to release this trauma, it's just another way of saying I have to discharge this defensive or protective energy, right? And so once that happens, then we can return to regulation. So that's the goal. That's the goal for any protective practice. We might not always use words like that, but that's the goal. Even in esoteric practices, when they talked about protection, about projections from other people, those projections from other people, that's what it does, is it dysregulates our nervous system. That's why it has an impact. If we go back to like an Uncle Bob, Uncle Bob says some like mean thing when you see him. You're at Thanksgiving or whatever, and they say some, judgmental or obnoxious thing, and then they walk away. They've stopped thinking about it. Like as much as it came out of their mouth in a short amount of time, they're not thinking about it anymore. But for the rest of the day, maybe even for days, sometimes even for weeks, that's still agitating your system. And, there's times where we go back and we look at something in the past and, you look at a memory of a day and you go, oh, most of the day was fine. I really don't even remember it. But there was that one thing that was a little bit of a poke. It's a poke because it's still dysregulating your nervous system. Now, even if you don't completely understand it, there is a kind of mechanics to it. But if you do understand it, you can realize it's not that this person has power over me. It's just that my nervous system hasn't calmed down. When you look at it from the point of view of the nervous system, everything just becomes very mechanical. I have the ability to regulate my nervous system. I don't need anything from that person. I just need my nervous system to regulate. In my youth, well, I say my youth, it wasn't that long ago. I would say, I would think like, well, if, that person apologizes or if they acknowledge it, then, or whatever, some sort of action with that person is going to resolve this. And then, I can feel better. And the weird thing was the person would apologize. The person, would resolve it some way, somehow. Nothing changed because the issue was the dysregulation in the nervous system. When somebody truly says they're sorry and they're very genuine about it, there is a kind of transmutation that happens both in the person saying it, but also if they're saying it to you, it also has a transmuting effect on you. The problem is that most times when people apologize, they can't find self-forgiveness in themselves, right? So, let alone being able to apologize to somebody else usually isn't super effective. So, if we lean on that as a strategy, we're just constantly trying to get somebody else to try to resolve something in us, and it again causes more neural loops. So, in a way, this is a kind of liberating practice of breaking free from all the weird things from other people, situations, events, catastrophes, whatever it might be, bad weather. One time I got stuck in a really bad storm, a really bad storm. There was like tornadoes and everything. And like after it was all done, I was like, "Whoa, boy, there was stress or whatever." I knew that I was okay in my mind or my emotions, but my body was having a reaction. And when I sat and evaluated the body, it was like a psychic attack, but it was nature, it was the weather. But the environment was so chaotic that my body had a crazy reaction. So it's not always people, it can be all kinds of things, you know. So let's do this right off the bat. Let's start practicing with the ball of light. Now, for most of us, we're going to have to visualize, basically kind of conjure the idea so that the mind has something to work with, right? It's there, but your mind, the intellect is always doing something based on past experiences. So you visualize for a while so that at some point you have a past experience that then the mind can go, oh, yeah, we did this ball of light thing. And then at some point you're able to start perceiving, right? So if even visualization is hard, which for me, at times visualization can be hard. So one of the other ways of doing the ball of light is just being aware of the space around you. Within like 3 or 4 feet of around your body, just start practicing awareness around, like behind you, in front of you, on the sides of you, down by your feet. You know, you just start practicing awareness there. And as you do that, you're in a way perceiving the ball of light. It's not a literal perception, but you're still perceiving it on some level, more of like the feeling of it. And so, one way or another, um, you can start visualizing and practicing the ball of light. When you start to put your awareness on your immediate surroundings within a few feet of the body, it actually starts calming down the nervous system. There's a lot more to the ball of light than what I'm saying, but for right now, let's just keep it really simple, get used to practicing it, and at some point we'll talk about it in much greater depth, right? I mean, we've been talking about it really for a couple of years now, but it's an ongoing process. It seems very simple, but it's complex and simple all at the same time. It is a paradox, you know. So close your eyes and first just check in with yourself. Notice how you feel. Check in with your body. Check in with your emotions. Check in with your thoughts. Check in with the things going on in your world. Okay. Now we're not even going to use an oil first. We're just going to practice the ball of light, right? So begin visualizing yourself surrounded by a ball of light. So at first, it is going to be a visualization. You're not just trying to like perceive something. If you're at the point where you can perceive it, great. But at first, it is going to be a visualization where you go, okay, I'm in a ball of light. If you can't do that, then start being aware of those surroundings of the body 3 or 4 feet out. The ball is in front of you and behind you. It's on the left and on the right. It's above you and below you. Continue to visualize the ball of light. And just pause and let it go. You're just letting it go. Okay. Again, visualize yourself in a brilliant ball of light. You're visualizing yourself in a ball of light. You're visualizing a ball of light. And then pause and let it go. You're just completely letting it go. So notice how you feel. Do you feel the same as you did when we started, or is your body starting to relax? Are you starting to have like a calming effect wash over the body, the emotions, the mind? Now, let's reflect on something that, some sort of action or activity that happened in the last week. Doesn't have to be good or bad, just something that happened. Observe that situation from the past, this past week, and you're just observing it. And then let that go. Just completely let it go. Just be still for a moment. Now, again, visualize yourself in a ball of light. Okay, you're visualizing the ball of light, and let's see how it feels with us observing that thing in our week. No, you're just doing the ball of light. And then pause and be still. Just being still. Now, again, that same situation from the past week, go back and look at it again. Did it feel the same or did it feel different? Let's go back to the ball of light. Visualize the ball of light. Visualizing the ball of light. And then just let it go for a moment. Just let everything go. Just be still. Just let it incubate. Now, as we went back and we looked at that event that was happening, in the week, and it could have been good, it could have been bad, it could have been super neutral. Doesn't really matter. Part of what happens when we're going back and forth between the ball of light and the situation is we're becoming more conscious of what was happening in that moment. Even if it was good, it was still based on just instinctive responses. It was based on a kind of set of reactions. And then later we kind of process it, or maybe we don't, right? And so the idea of going back and forth with it, for one, we're regulating our nervous system when it comes to that situation, but we're also aligning ourselves internally with our higher nature, with our higher faculties, with being cognitive rather than just reactionary, even if it's something good. It's like if even if it's something good, when we have a higher degree of a kind of inner alignment, we get to enjoy it more. We get to have a greater sense of well-being or a greater sense of fulfillment when we are able to experience it to a greater degree, rather than just having a set of reactions, right? And then if it's negative, we can still go through and complete that cycle so that we don't end up in a neural loop or a trauma loop, right? So we've done it without oils. Now we're going to go through and we're going to do a process to help diminish the tendency to get stuck in a neural loop. Doesn't mean we're completely immune from it. It just means we're going to reduce the potential, right? So with that, you have some choices. Pink Healer from, oils that you have. So Pink Healer or Sacrificial Love. Single oils would be blue cypress, Damascus rose, geranium, helichrysum, Mpepo, Jama rosa. Actually, if you have Damascus rose is the best one for this, but if you just have even rose absolute, that will work as well. Jasmine, Melissa, Narchi, Neroli, Palmarosa, Poplar. Oh, rose absolutes is actually listed. Good. So choose one of your oils. Sacred Pink. I mean, if you don't have any of these other oils, you could use it, but it wouldn't be, I mean, it's doing something a little bit different, so it's not quite a first choice. Okay, so you're getting your oil. And now, again, with your oil, you're going to begin inhaling as you visualize the ball of light. So visualize the ball of light. Your awareness is on the ball of light, and you're inhaling the oil with your awareness on the ball of light. You're still visualizing the ball of light. You're just pausing and being still. Okay, again, let's do the ball of light and inhale the oil with your awareness on the ball of light. And then pause and be still. Now, the next part of this protocol is to help us process out of neural loops or trauma loops. So you're going to keep using the same oil. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Maybe I'll do it as well. Now, move your awareness to the low back, the back side of the navel. Awareness is on the back side of the navel. Now, your front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front solar. And then the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Now, move your awareness to the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the top of your head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on top of your head. Your awareness is on the ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light. And then pause and be still. Okay, we're going to go through and we're going to do another cycle of it. When we go through and do this, it's important to have a little bit of incubation time, like in between like the ball of light. It makes the ball of light work a little bit more potent. So you do the ball of light and you let it sit for a minute or two. And then do it again and then let it sit for a minute or two. Visualize the ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light. You're inhaling and then pause and let go. Just let it go for a moment. Again, we're inhaling with our awareness on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your low back, the back side of your navel. Awareness is on your low back. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, below your ribs, upper abdomen. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart between the shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Your awareness is on the crown. And now back to the ball of light. Your awareness is on the ball of light. You're completely surrounded by the ball of light. You're aware of it as you inhale the oil. And then just pause and be still. And just being still. And just let it incubate. And notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Let's go back and observe that same issue from this last week, the thing that we did at the beginning of this process. What do you notice? You're just being still. Just being still. Okay, let's check in to see how you feel. Let's go ahead and share experiences and ask questions. You can unmute yourself, you can type in. And then also, I think Samantha has something she'll address at the end.
Yeah, yeah, excited.
How did you do?
Good. So by the end, I mean, I could still, there was still some energy around what I was thinking about, but it had dissipated a lot, and the emotional charge around it was like, can't find it. I used helichrysum.
Nice.
Yeah,
A good choice.
it is a choice, right?
Mhm.
Get rid of me. Someone shared, everything is just so quiet and calm.
Yeah, it's very peaceful. I mean, it will start to regulate the nervous system, but like sometimes we still might be like kind of um I would say like attached, but attachment is really, if you look at the mechanics of attachment, is there is a level or degree of dysregulation in the nervous system. The nervous system still thinks that situation is happening or is trying to micromanage it, right? It's not like we have some weird drive to, it's the body still thinks it's happening and is trying to micromanage some particular problem. So sometimes when this happens, you might feel like a release, or you might feel something kind of come up, or you might have a feeling. It usually passes, but things can be like kind of thrown off the body a little bit, like in a good way, like you're releasing things off. So anyway,
And go ahead, Gayatri.
hey, hey.
Hi, thank you. Quick question, Greg. That
Mhm.
was great. My nervous system really needed
Yeah,
that
you and me both,
rest.
like we all do. Yeah.
So I became aware of the contrast state,
Hmm.
where I was before. That was very helpful. So my question is, I tend to be very energetically sensitive to spaces and things, especially where there are, and I'm sorry to sound controversial here, maybe, but like non-physical beings or
Hmm. Sure,
residues of energies or
sure, sure.
things. So I have to be really super careful when I go into older buildings or sometimes even like the farmer's market or whatever. Do you recommend that I do this practice
I,
before I
I,
go to
I,
these spaces?
I would like the thing is like we were just like a few weeks ago we were in this like it was a bookstore, but it was like really old books,
Right, same
and I
thing,
was
yeah.
like, ugh. You know, it was like I could feel just the old
Right.
congested
Yeah,
energy and everything,
yeah.
and
Or the
um,
attachment to those books of
yeah,
whoever. Yeah,
whatever that is,
yeah.
and I would say that being in the bookstore was a little uncomfortable, but like in the old days, that would have like spun me out a little bit. And here, like I walked outside the bookstore and then I'm like, yeah, I'm better now. And so you can be in a situation where those things are present and your body and your nervous system will kind of perceive that. The goal is like for one to be able to be in a place even though you might feel a little bit uncomfortable, and then when you leave your nervous system's not dysregulated because of it. Like in the old days for me, I would have had to do salt baths and
Right.
healings and
Yeah, me too.
something, even a meditation to like shake that off. And now it's just like you step outside in a minute or two, like the body just throws it off and you're like, okay, I'm good. and
Okay.
and so I would say, yeah, being sensitive, you're probably still going to be sensitive, but in the place where you're feeling the sensitivity, the body will be able to mm, like not as reactive isn't the right way. It's almost like you can handle like a level of discomfort in the body and the body doesn't react too bad. And then you go outside and the body just throws it off. I mean,
Mm,
it's the difficulty like when you have when you do any sort of meditation or cleanup or anything, the energy body, you become more expanded.
mhm,
And so you know, it's great for a lot of things, but then, going into an old bookstore, going into Costco, going into,
mhm.
it can be a
Yeah,
little bit of an issue.
right.
And so, the thing is like, okay, do I not meditate to go outside or if I meditate, do I just never go outside? Like whatever that is. And I would say that being able to have the nervous system bounce back and like complete that cycle, we don't get thrown into a loop or we don't spin out as much. And even when I would come back and take a salt bath, basically what I'm trying to do is discharge the survival or the defensive energy, right?
Mm,
And then come to a place of completion and then go back into regulation. And
mm,
so I still take salt baths from time to time and everything like that, but I don't feel the need to do it right after I've been exposed to something like that. And so I
mm,
would say the more that you do it, you'll still need to do a little cleanup from time to time. You know what I mean? But like
mhm.
it wouldn't be as dysregulating to the system. I mean, because the more sensitive you are, the more potential we have for getting dysregulated because you can feel and sense, and then
Yes.
there's a reaction. And
Yeah.
really, that sensitivity is usually the body.
Mm,
It's not usually a mental or emotional aspect. It's usually the body is just super sensitive.
right.
And so, yeah, I would practice this quite often.
Yeah.
You don't even have
Yeah.
to be in the place where you go like, okay, I'm gonna go into that old bookstore. I need to do it.
Yeah.
Like if you kind of do it over a period of time,
Yeah.
it will just happen. Like you don't
Mm,
need to like prep for going out.
mm. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, usually, I mean, it feels like there's varying degrees of sensitivity. So I
Hmm.
wondered, like, if when we practice this is kind of almost like a prophylactic, but
Yes.
in that instant, in that moment, like when it happens, like I usually almost feel the sense of disassociation, like,
Yeah,
being
sure.
very ungrounded.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah. Sure. Sure.
yeah, so when that happens, I wondered if just standing where I am in that moment and practicing
Yes, I would
this.
do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I go back to the bookstore thing for myself. It was like you could feel it was like the energy in there was very heavy,
Hmm. Hmm.
and so I waited till I got outside, because
Hmm.
even when you're doing the ball of light, you are kind of in a little bit more of an expanded state, and I was like, I probably would have been fine in the bookstore, but I'm like, I'm waiting till I get outside before I do that again.
Got it.
Before
Got
I go into that expanded state where things are regulated and things are throwing off. And
got it.
so, I'd say experiment with it, but probably like if you're in a building or a space or something like that, or around a person, sometimes it's probably good to do it in the moment, but it might be like step away from it and then do it.
Mm. Okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's very valuable.
Yeah. Let me know how that goes.
I will. Thank you.
Someone shared, I used Neroli. The body is vibrating now. And I went flying somewhere at the end.
Yeah. Good for you. Yeah.
Helichrysum felt so good on the solar plexus and the brain.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there a mudra that would help with developing the ball of light?
Um, there's maneuvers that you do with a ball of light, but it doesn't necessarily develop the ball of light. So, um, yeah,
The ball of light is naturally aligning me to my heart.
yeah, exactly. Good for you.
My shares and
Yeah,
questions, guys.
good. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll come back at a quarter after, and we might play with that a little bit more, but we'll see. So I'll see you in 15 minutes. Hey, everybody. So we just did that energetic regulation there. Now we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do it with a situation either from the last few weeks for yourself or some old situation. You know, if you go back to like a traumatic event or a argument you got in with somebody, or, maybe even, you had a goal you were trying to do as a project or at work, and, maybe you didn't make it happen or it didn't happen the way you thought. Any of this can cause like a dysregulation in the nervous system. So when we start targeting the different areas that we know kind of stands out in our mind, we start regulating those, but it will have a blanket effect. It will start to regulate even other areas. So we kind of go to our hot spots and we work that, but what starts to happen is it will have a cascading effect throughout the whole nervous system. So the more that we kind of treat these different areas, at some point, it just starts to cover everything, right? So let's start with one of our hotspots. Now, when you go back and you revisit a hotspot, we're going to sit and observe. You kind of bring it up in the nervous system, like you're making the nervous system go through and kind of re-experience it, and then you can manually bring it through that loop where, there is the situation where you're alerted to like there's some sort of danger or harm or injury, right? And then there's the activation of the fight flight mechanism. Your nervous system starts to take action. So a lot of times in these situations, that's where we stop and we get stuck in a loop. So now we want to come back to the place where we discharge that survival energy, that defensive energy, right? That protective quality that our body has. And we want to discharge that and then bring the nervous system back to a place of regulation. So we're going to manually walk ourselves through that. So think of something where you know that you have some area of dysregulation. If we go back to even, I think it was Guthrie was saying, like when she goes into an old building or a place where, maybe etherically it's not the cleanest. I mean, even if you think of those situations, you can then kind of refine the nervous system specifically to that. Sometimes you'll walk into an office space. I mean, I've even been in cities where just the city is like you can feel the heaviness or the stress of a particular area or city. And so, yeah, we want to refine our nervous system so that we can kind of go anywhere and shake it off. Okay, so you're revisiting the situation. Okay, now let it go. Just completely let it go and just let it incubate for a second. Now you're going to use the same oil that you used last time. If you want to rotate it out, you can, but you can keep using that same oil. Revisit the ball of light. Visualize the ball of light. And now begin inhaling the oil with your awareness on the ball of light. Your awareness is on the ball of light. And then pause. Okay, we're going to go through the energy centers. So your awareness is on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on your low back. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, below the ribs, on the upper abdomen. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. And the crown? Your awareness is on the crown? And the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. And again, visualize the ball of light. And then just pause and be still. Let it incubate. Now, what happens with these situations, even though they're in the past, in the mind and in the emotions, your body is still stuck in a neural loop concerning these situations. And so we're trying to get the body to realize that situation is done, right? We can go into the phase of discharging that defensive and protective energy and then go to a place of regulation. Now, what happens is when we go through and revisit these things, it doesn't just totally flip a switch, it does it by degree. Like at first, like say on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being like a super bad level of dysregulation, you go back and revisit it, depending on how well you're able to do it and the state of the nervous system. It might go from a 10 down to like an 8, and then down to a 7, and then down to a 6. And then it'll feel good and you go like, that feels resolved. Right. And then a couple of months goes by and you go back and it's like, there's still something there. Because we felt better, it feels resolved. It's not necessarily completely resolved. It just feels better. So we go, I don't have to take any more action. But then A month goes by, 2 months goes by, and you go back and you revisit, and you're like, eh, there's still something there. And so you keep making those little movements towards eventually completely resolving it, right? Completely bringing the body to a place of regulation, right? And so that's pretty normal. That's pretty natural. We never get it all in the first attempt. We got to go through and kind of do it by degrees. It's always a lot of little movements. And we'll have some movement and it's like, oh, that feels so much better. Doesn't mean it's done. It just feels better than it did before. But it still has areas or room for improvement. So a lot of times we'll go through, we'll visit these things and I go, okay, it feels good. The mind thinks it's either done or it's not. And so when we feel better, the mind goes, okay, this is resolved. But it's a lot of little movements, right? So I'd say you could either, we're going to do it again. You could either revisit that same one, or you can go to a different one. You get to be the captain of your ship there. So choose what you like. Okay, so you're sitting and observing the situation. You're paying attention to the situation. Hey, let that go. Begin visualizing the ball of light. Your awareness is on the ball of light. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness on the ball of light. And just pause and be still. Just pause and let go. Again, visualizing the ball of light. You're inhaling the oil while visualizing the ball of light. You're on the ball of light. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Pause and let go. Just let it incubate. Okay. Awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Inhaling with your awareness on the sex chakra. Move your awareness to the low back. Just tell her to follow through this process. Your awareness is on the low back. Mhm. Yeah. And then the front solar, your awareness is below your ribs on your upper abdomen. the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. And then the crown, the very top of your head. And then pause. How was it for you at the last time? But when you did the ball of light the second time, the last one, how did that feel? Oh, I'm sorry. No, I think I did. Okay. So be aware of the ball of light. You're being aware of the ball of light. And pause and let go. Just being still. And that one. Okay. We're probably going to do it again, but let's do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself. You could type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey,
Hey there. I know you often say when there's a choice of oils that each one has a slightly different impact on the process.
mhm.
And what I sensed with this one, the very beginning, I started with Melissa. My
Okay.
solar plexus said, no, like, we're not ready to go that deep, I think is what it was really saying. And so then I tried poplar balsam, and the first few inhalations were fine. Then I was like, no, this frequency is too high. And then Samantha suggested helichrysum, and that was right on target.
Oh, good. Yeah.
And so this time I went back to the Melissa, and I didn't have that sort of solar plexus screaming at it, but it did go deeper and it was very effective. And I felt a lot of
Good.
things freeing and moving up. And so just this idea of like a frequency match for where we are or what we're trying to move. Am I making that up or is
No, not at all. I'd say that the helichrysum um, is especially good for like breaking out of the like a old trauma, like like a trauma loop. It's not going to break you completely out of the loop, but it will start generating the movement that will help with the completion cycle. And so probably like you said, you were sinking a little deeper and deeper into that situation, but it would have eventually broken free. But like helichrysm's always good for that, anything kind of trauma related. And so, sometimes we're aware of the trauma, sometimes we're not. Even when we're aware of a trauma, this happens to me a lot where I'll go, yeah, that was upsetting or something, and then I start sitting with it, and I was like, oh, internally when I really sit with it, I was more traumatized by it than I thought. I uh, I could override it with my mind or my emotions, but man, I was feeling it in my body. And so, a lot of times when I go through and listen to the body, I usually come out of it going, that hurt my feelings way more than I thought it would, or that it did. And so, I think that probably happens more times than it doesn't. And something like helichrysum is very good for the wound itself. You know, the other oils they would be good too. Rose could have been good for that, but I think probably helichrysum was a better choice. Um, but
and thoughts on why the Melissa just felt like way too much in the beginning?
like the thing with Melissa is it really helps the like strengthen the heart and make the heart more resilient. And it was probably like being on the freeway going too fast, like ugh, a little out of control. Like if it was a few inhalations, it probably would have been fine. But like to sit and really go deep into the practice, you were going deeper and deeper in it when it eventually would have broken that trauma loose. But the helichrysm was probably a lot more polite about it. Not that Melissa's not polite, but it's just going deep, going fast.
Okay, that
Yeah,
makes total sense.
yeah,
Okay, thank you so
yeah.
much.
You're so welcome. And the poplar is interesting too. Like the poplar really helps to break up like it helps the processes that we're talking about, but it really helps to break up the thought forms. And we think of thought forms as things that we think or we feel that we're conscious of. But like if you think about that class that we did, the 7 layers of emotion, strong emotion, strong body emotion can still create like a body thought form. And
Mhm.
so, anything that's felt intensely, any sort of intense emotion generates an attraction from the environment and it brings it into form. But it's not necessarily of the mind. It's not a byproduct of the mind. And it's not even of like the higher emotions. It can be body emotion and the feeling of like hurt feelings is really more in the body than it is in the like your psychological emotions. And so the poplar is very good for breaking thought forms down and kicking them to the curb. And again, it was a different way of going probably too deep, too fast.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah.
And go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Hira.
Morning, Greg. Um, so there's this sort of pattern that we keep doing is we think of some difficulty in our life or experience in the last week, and then we go into the ball of light,
Hmm.
or we do body awareness, either one.
Hmm.
Are we basically doing that to set an intent of what we're trying to work on?
Yeah, like you know, from the mental point of view, you could say setting the intention, which is true, but you're also like when you go in your mind and you relive a situation to your body, it still feels like you're there, like it's happening. And so it's almost like you're going back to the crime scene and going, okay, now if I had a do-over, this is what I would do, you know? And so your mind knows that it's going back in time or going back to last week. But when you get there and you start checking it out, your body is feeling like it's right there in the moment. It's looking around going, I think they're still here. Like, you know, it's still happening. And then from there, you can go, let's complete the cycle. Let's go back and discharge the defensive or the protective energy. And then let's go back to the place of regulation.
So it's allowing the body and mind to basically feel that they're there still and they can complete because it's safe to
Yeah,
do
and
that.
it's more the body. Yeah, yeah. The mind kind of, you know, went, "Well, yeah, that was last week. We handled it. They said this, I said that. You know, they acted aggressively. I set a boundary. I walked away. I'm good." Right? The mind is like, I'm good. And in a way, the mind is, but the body is like sitting in the corner chewing on its nails, going, "Ugh, we're not good. We're not good." And so even the whole idea of like the body awareness is to increase the mind listening to the body so that the mind goes, we're good. And then when you check in with the body, you go, well, you know, maybe not. Because if the body is not feeling heard, like it's sending up stimuli, you know, it's sending up signals to the brain, but if it feels the brain is not receiving that information, the intensity of those signals increases, which generates more body emotion, right? So the more that we start kind of listening to the body, then the body goes, okay, the brain is listening. Okay, so I can start to calm down, right? Because if it's on alert and it feels that it's in a dangerous situation and then the brain's not listening, it will start to almost go like in a frantic state. Like, you're not listening, you're not listening. Like increase intensity. It's trying to get the attention of the mind. And so the more we listen, it starts to calm down. And then when you go back and you revisit, you go, okay, so you know, we went through the steps, you know, we went through the different steps. And, you know, first there was the injury or the threat of injury, the potential. Then there was the activation of the fight, flight, or taking some sort of action or activity. That's usually where we get stuck in the loop, right? And then from there, we are going back and revisiting, and we're going, okay, this is a safe place. It's already done. It's already over. So this is complete. And so, you know, you're just kind of walking your body through. This is over. We're walking out. We're getting up and we're walking out of this crime scene. And then the body is like, okay, that was rough, but then let's get rid of this defensive energy, let's get rid of this protective energy, this action, energy, whatever it is, let's discharge it and release it. Right. And then once that's kind of done, then you start to go into a phase of, oh, now let's get to that regulated state. Yeah.
So just talking about my experiences, I
Hmm.
came in this morning and I had a picture of something in my mind back from my corporate days.
Hmm.
And I did that the first two times through. And then it began to morph into all these corporate things,
Yeah.
all these experiences that are obviously still stuck in my body.
Right.
Is there a way to do them in mass rather than all the individual ones?
So the thing, I mean, I think that's a great question. Like, so the thing that I would do is pick out, like, you could kind of cherry pick ones that really jump out at you. And they're not always the most, like, if somebody else just come in and look at it, they might go, that, okay, that was traumatizing. I don't know. But it's not always so much the thing that happened. Sometimes it's the energy that happened, or the pressure that was there, or there's more to it. There's nuances there that not everybody understands, but you experienced, right? Like there was the example, like say somebody grew up and maybe there was a little bit of physical violence or something. That is bad, obviously, right? But somebody might have grown up where no physical violence happened, but there was always the threat of violence, that if they crossed a certain line, that something would happen. And so never did, but the threat was always there. Equally is traumatizing. Like equally, that has as much impact on your body as that you got hit. Like there's really not a big difference, you know, because the body was just always on guard and always. Sometimes I would say some cases where the threat of violence sometimes was even worse than the actual act, because the act, at least you had something to process, and after the act you were like, you had some sort of like, oh, now it's over. Where the
Release
threat
and
was just
completion.
always there. You never got to go into the complete phase, right? So, a lot of abuse stuff, the threats of something were usually as bad or prolonged it rather than just the act itself.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Gayatri.
Hey, hey.
And Greg, quick question that just
Mhm.
brought up a thought. If we're working on regulating the nervous system, could we also use this somehow to address the dysregulation of specific tissue systems, like
Yeah. Oh,
in
totally.
conditions of
Totally.
diabetes or
Yeah.
autoimmune
Yeah.
or whatever? How would you, without like, I mean, for me, it's evident in some cases with my clients what the issues are, but how do you address that? Not
I would say
necessarily
it's
fast.
still kind of similar, because like when we look at the body systems, like you saying, like blood sugar or a
Yeah,
heart issue or something,
yeah,
there is a level of disruption in homeostasis, and there is a level of dysregulation in the nervous system to where it might even cause like a metabolic instability in the body, and like a cascading effect.
right.
Some of these things still could be a byproduct of external stresses. So, this is why, like, I kind of deal with them in different pieces. Like here, we're just looking at like external situations or going through and doing this practice. But like that class that we did with the 7 layers of emotion, it's not like a super deep dive into all the aspects within each body system, but it was the emotion, the body emotion generated by some sort of dysregulation within that body system. Like when there's that dysregulation, eventually it produces an emotion, right? Because it's trying to alert the brain or the mind, hey, there is a problem here. We're having a crisis here. And so that alleviates that. We can still do a deeper dive into vagal tone and dysregulation within the nervous system, but like a lot of times the body emotion is what we call like a lot of the blockages in the body. And so like a lot of times if you clear out the emotion, some of the system will start to regulate unless there is significant degeneration in the tissue itself. And then even if that's the case, the play between vagal tone and regulating the dysregulation in the sympathetic nervous system increases the functional potential within any organ or body system. So then if you go like, okay, there's something in the cardiovascular system, you just start doing a deeper dive within the that system, and you hit all the pieces, and then usually out of that it becomes much easier to treat from a symptom oriented point of view. Sometimes it regulates by itself, but even if you still need to do a little bit more work, then you can go to the symptom approach, and it usually, as long as there's not too much damage in the area, it will improve. And so the thing with this, like using the ball of light, here we're looking at it from external situations. The body has its internal environment, but it's also being impacted by the external environment.
Mhm.
So we don't always know what's going to be the cause. When we look at the body, we can go, okay, these body systems are dysregulated. But if there was a history of some traumatic thing that happened, like a PTSD kind of thing, or bad car accident, there's the physical injury, but there's also the dysregulation that happened from it, or somebody had like a difficult childhood, or they're interacting with somebody who might be difficult, like at work or in the household, then the dysregulation is external and also causing an internal impact. And so to do both, like to treat the external things, be it that it's the past or last week or current, and then to go through and do a deeper dive into the body systems, a lot of times that will be a very deep healing physically and psychologically.
Mhm. Thank you.
We're going to keep putting up, like last week in the newsletter, we did like different things for the immune system, right? And, just like different things, like products that you guys have all been using in classes and things. And so what we're doing is just little by little, and then we'll do a deeper dive where there's the vagal tone components, the vagal tone accompanied with um, uh, the dysregulation, so that if you needed to do a deeper dive and problem solve something, you could do that. But kind of starting from just very simple down to a deeper dive, we're going to do that through all the body systems and have like a little, like if you go to the website, you can just do a drop down and go, oh, this is the stuff that I have. I can use this to treat these kinds of health issues. So
Great. Thank you.
you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Hello. That was great. I used Rose Absolute
Oh,
and
good. It was a good choice.
I did lots of bottle drops.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I'm like, oh, and when I started off, I felt something shifting and then stuck in the solar plexus.
Mhm.
Um, and then we did all the bottle drops, and I probably took a nap somewhere in between that too. It just kind of shifted, and I felt also stimulation at my root, which I thought was interesting. And now there just seems to be a little bit of residual if we um, and maybe can take a look or give me some recommendations. If I was on the opposite side of the sternum and the lymphatic on my back, it just feels like something's stuck there.
On the backside or on the front
The
behind the sternum?
backside. Yeah, the backside.
That usually is trauma, like hurt feelings trauma.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so should I continue with Rose? I just pulled out helichrysum too.
Rose or ginger lily, like ginger lily is like if we look at like processing through pain or uh, like trauma, grief, things like that.
Uh,
Ginger lily is like the vagal tone side, which is the processing side.
okay.
Rose is the dysregulation side. So it's like
Okay.
regulating the action activity fight flight component, and it's starting to go like, okay, we can start to discharge that. And you're kind of like how I talk about like the things in the past. You're like, okay, it's coming down. Ugh, boy, my feelings were hurt. Or like that really rocked me more than I thought, because I'm very good at being able to like keep pushing through and getting something done.
Hmm.
And like afterwards, when I rest, like I think, yeah, it was okay. Maybe I didn't like it, but it was okay. And then I really come down the nervous system. I was like, my feelings got hurt.
You know, it's
In the
interesting.
moment, I didn't know that, but like, ugh.
Yeah, yeah. So the rose is breaking that down, and ginger lily is what will discharge it, right? Is that
Yeah,
what I
ginger lily
understand?
will help. You could even probably use like helichrysum if you wanted,
Okay.
because like anytime you're feeling stuff in like back heart area, but in the tissue,
Yep.
like it's usually there's some unresolved trauma, not unresolved. If it's lingering and it's not going away, it's unresolved. But like when it's coming out, sometimes like that area will kind of like ache.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
It gets
like that
congested.
achiness is like it's moving, it's being transmuted, but at the same time, it's still a little bit uncomfortable. So
Absolutely. And
if you did nothing, like in a day or two, it'd probably go away. But like, why not be comfortable for a day or two? Might as well just, you know what I mean?
well, I would say that this area I have been working actively for a month, and it's like a big iceberg, and now it feels like a little teeny ice cube.
Yeah. Oh, good for
Um,
you. Yeah, that's great.
um, and your explanation, I think when you were talking to Robert was really good because I didn't, and also your own experience, I didn't realize there was an incident 2 weeks ago, but then there was another person that kind of flew through this whole thing. And it
Mhm.
was the unexpected emotional explosion of somebody.
Yeah,
Like,
sure.
um, and that intensity of their emotion is probably, I'm like, wow, that really hurt my feelings.
Yeah. Could be intensity. Sometimes they consciously take a little jab, you know?
Oh, yeah, no, I think that was both in both
Yeah.
instances, but
Yeah.
their inability to regulate their own expression, it was also.
Hmm.
And maybe that was intentional too. I think with one person it was. Uh,
Yeah, like the thing that I would say about that with people is the intention isn't like I'm gonna get you and I'm gonna be sure that I hurt your feelings. They're really just in a very like reactive state and they're trying to manage something, so they're taking pokes. And you know, I try not to make this too complicated, but you know how like we visit things in different ways, but some of it gets stuck in the body, but also that whole idea of us visiting the senses, the eyes,
mhm.
nostril, a lot of times some of these things are stuck to an even greater degree in the senses themselves.
Hmm.
There's a kind of fixation. And so like somebody that like it's more of a reaction than like I'm gonna get you, like, I'm gonna make you feel whatever. It's more that they have like a distorted perception, and they just see things through this like kind of filter, and then
Hmm.
they act on it. And those pokes and like little projections and attacks and little snide comments and all those things, it's a byproduct of that. It's just these reactions, but the reaction is a little bit of what's happening maybe in the moment, but it's a
Hmm.
lot of it that's stuff that's stuck in their filter.
Hmm.
And so if they've gone through and they've had this filter for a while, it kind of almost doesn't even manage, or it doesn't even matter what gets said. They just walk around seeing this all the time. Like there was this one person in my family that at one point, I mean, everybody just had it with this person. And so, for whatever reason, this person and myself were having a conversation, and it was like we were talking about two completely different situations, and we were trying to talk about this one. And finally, I just went, "What color is the sky in your world?" Like, everybody sees this a particular way, but you have this perception of it. Like, I don't know, even know where you're at. Like, it doesn't make sense. And if it was
Uh-huh.
one person, you go, well, maybe I'm the one that has the distorted perception. But everybody saw it one way, and this person saw it a completely different way. And didn't matter what you said or what you did. Sometimes you didn't even have to talk, and that person would have that perception.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I
It's
mean,
fascinating, huh?
multiple times to that person, they'd say, what did you say? And I've said, I didn't say anything. I was quiet,
Oh,
but they heard something in their head.
hmm. Interesting.
Yeah.
Um, just a thought as I was rummaging through some of the oils.
Mhm.
Would Storms or Siberian for premium help for that or no?
Um, the fur might help a bit. I'd say probably gingerly or
Okay.
helichrysum would be better.
Okay.
Storms, I mean, storms would help calm down the emotion, but like a little bit more specific to the immune system.
Got it.
Here it just looks like, if anything, you could pull things out. It's in the area of the cardiovascular system, but a lot of
Hmm.
times that's why like your upper back is like kind of hurts like when this is happening. A lot of
Yep.
times the transmutation is actually in the tissue, like it's in the
Yep.
muscle and
Oh
fascia.
no, you're
And
absolutely can feel it.
yeah, your fascia is like a boundary or I don't know the right word. It's like a threshold kind of between the
Hmm.
conscious and unconscious. And so a lot of times like how you're processing and releasing, it's in the nervous system, but it's also can be like held in the muscle and fascia. And
Yep.
so like you'll feel it in your back, you'll feel it in, like when hurt feelings are coming out, like the muscle actually kind of hurts or the fascia kind of hurts. And that's why. Yeah.
Got
Even
it.
like how we talk about the Ming Men, the low back area, the backside of the navel. So that raises the vibration of the body, and it helps to transmute things in the body, like patterns in the body. So energetically, it's the Ming Men, but physically, it's the upper part of the psoas. The upper part of the psoas is actually more of what contributes to you transmuting things and loops in the body than the actual energy center. The energy center is
Hmm.
just an access point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool to know. That
Remember
makes
that
sense.
body wisdom where we went through, we did all the tissue in the body and put our awareness on the
Hmm.
different areas of the body. That's kind of what that was like a prep for, was
Uh-huh.
a way to unwind things that are held in the fascia.
Got it.
Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Don Marie.
Hey, hey.
I'm busy taking notes. My goodness. I'm just going to make a general statement first.
Okay.
This is exactly what I've needed, probably without exception and not being over dramatic because I'm not, uh, almost my whole life.
Yeah. You and me both. Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
And I appreciate everyone's comments so far. I feel like I have to say I feel much less alone
Oh, good.
in how I have experienced things my whole life. Um, and besides the very practical of what we're doing, which is really helpful because here we need certainty on earth. Um, I think it was Robert or you brought up the issue of because I have so many things, but I'm just going to let most of those go because this one was something from childhood. This is that piece um, around that the energy of what isn't said,
Right.
the anticipatory something could happen,
Hmm.
and the energy always there. So
Hmm.
this was with one parent, and they carried a certain energy. And on all six children felt that we all responded differently.
Sure.
Um, but yes, you just never knew if that would explode or it wouldn't explode.
Right. Exactly.
Um, if
Yeah.
if the if the anger would come out in some way, I have done my best to deal with that my entire life, and I know it's affected all kinds of different things. And I will say, from a person who has lived that you are absolutely 100% correct. There has been many times in my life that I've thought, if really honestly, if only, this could have acted out once or twice, I could deal with that. I didn't even know what that meant.
Hmm.
But, and so and thanks for letting me share that. Is there a way, when something comes up, how would one look or deal with that, with this situation, with this protocol?
I just sit and
Um,
do the protocol. Yeah.
Pardon?
Just sit and do this protocol. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Just whatever that, and focus on the feeling or that sense of,
Don't even have to do that. Like,
oh,
I mean, that's kind of the beautiful thing of this, because there's a lot more that this ball of light does than what we're
right.
talking about. But, part of the ball of light, I don't want to go into it too much because it would be
No,
a little overwhelming. But like even the ball of light is uh, like not a reflection. It's a manifestation of our self-image. And
yeah,
and so we have the inner world, we have the outer world, and for a while they're communicating. Eventually, we try to get them to kind of merge so that,
yeah,
and really, it's the outer world is the sympathetic nervous system, the inner world is the parasympathetic, where we do rest and repair. And And, the outer world is intellect, the inner world is intuition. And so the ball of light, and I think somebody was saying they were putting their attention on something, and what was the words they said? It got really intense and they really couldn't even focus on the ball. And so, like, be it that something comes up, or like that person was doing a process and it got really intense, the ball of light is like it's a diagnostic, but it also is the therapeutic process. By putting your awareness on the ball of light, you're starting to diminish the dysregulation and you're starting to increase the vagal tone so that those two sides of the nervous system are starting to work towards a place of like balance, right? So just that, it breaks you out of that neurological cycle where you're in a loop. And so even like the idea of getting triggered by something is that's like getting stuck in a loop some way somehow. And we all got them, but it's like how do we get out of them? Like, how do we break out of that loop? So you're doing that, but then like here, this is, you could say like this little piece is like the advanced version of it, is you go with that pattern, the sex chakra, Ming Men, front solar, back heart, brain, and crown. So this is, we spent time going through this a while back, and it's referred to as the three brains, right? So the sex chakra is considered the root brain, not the root chakra, but the root brain. So it's really a lot of how we process our instinctive responses. If especially how we interact with the outside world, like other people, socially, whatever it is. And so a lot of our first reactions are an instinctive response that then the low back or the Ming Men helps to transmute or regulate. But if there's fear, that area overactivates and your adrenals kick in so that you can run, fight, do whatever. Then you go to the solar plexus, and that is the second brain, or the brain in your gut, which is a lot of like the emotions that get generated, the lower emotions from the different body systems. And how that gets transmuted is through the back heart, right? So so we have the instincts being regulated and transmuted. Then we have the body emotions being regulated and transmuted. Then we have the brain, where we're dealing with like the different kinds of filters or perceptions that we see because of our past. Like, so you could say the brain is really hitting the intellectual component, which intellect is always dealing with the past experiences. And even if you're processing something in the moment, you're still seeing it through the filter of the past, right? Or sometimes it's not even the filter of the past, it's things we've learned, things people have told us, expectations, opinions, those kinds of things. Then we go to the crown, and that transmutes the mental component, so it helps to break us out of the repetitive thinking and helps bring in a little bit more of the intuitive mind in the just the processing, the processes that could happen. And so when you look at the sex chakra, the front solar plexus, and the brain, when those three are harmonized and regulated, it produces like a very intuitive mind, which is where we heal, where we learn, where we access like our inner self, where we align with truth, or we align with the higher soul. And so another way of saying three brains is you're processing things instinctively, emotionally, and mentally. And when we look at it from the point of view of I got stuck in a loop, we got some sort of neurological loop or some sort of dysregulation. Your nervous system didn't get to go through the full process, but here we're even taking a step further and going, We're going to process through the instinct. We're going to process through the emotion. We're going to process through the mental component. And then we come back to the ball of light to start helping to regulate all the different areas in the in the body and the mind, even a little bit deeper, because this even would have an aspect of, consciousness, like the soul aspect. And so this is a way to heal something from the past, heal something like even if something just happened, or like, hey, I'm getting ready to go see somebody and they trigger me every time I see them. You go through and you do this as a preventative, and you get there and they'll still say the snarky things, but you'll kind of not respond. You don't have that internal dysregulation, because a lot of times what's happening when we're dealing with obnoxious people is they push on something that's already there. It's not like they generated this brand new trauma. I mean, sometimes they do, but most times they go, they're not doing this, consciously, but uh, they push on some button that was already there. And so there's that loop or that wound or that hurt that's already there, and then they push on it and they make it a little worse. And so we're taking those loops away, we're taking those wounds away, so that when people do something like that, it could be a very obnoxious thing that they say, but it's not personalized because there's not the Velcro within us. You can just say, like, yeah, you're being obnoxious, but I don't own that. That's all you. That's totally all you. You know, it's easy to say, but if you do this over a period of time, sometimes it's not even like crazy length of time. I mean, there's been a couple situations where I worked in like within a couple weeks with a particular person. I went from I could barely stand being around them to where they didn't really phase me at all. Like I would almost like kind of find it comical, like how they would try to hurt my feelings. I'm like, nothing, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gaining a lot. I'm gaining a lot from this. I've made some notes here.
Oh, good.
For me, I'm still going to circle back because there's a part of me that goes, okay, all of that. And how do I use this? I'm just paying
We are going to
attention
be
to.
practicing this for a very long time.
Well,
Like,
I meant
yeah.
as far as the what happens when you have something that's very and you're a deeply empathic, sensitive person, which I was, but I didn't know that for almost 40 years. So I sense things. None of that stuff ever came out. What I'm talking about. It creates the fear of unknown is what it creates. It also creates anticipatory anxiety big
Sure.
time,
Yeah.
that type of thing, which is related to everything that you're saying.
Yeah.
Um, and I could make a whole list because I've, dealt with this a lot in my life. I'm through a lot of that, but it just arose to me. And when something arises and the question, I'm learning to just ask that. So
Oh,
if
good.
I wanted to go, I guess I'll ask something more specific. If I wanted to go back and check something out to see where I am with that situation in my life from my past, um, would I just, because I appreciate what you're saying, but there's some part of me that still is kind of stuck. But what I'm hearing is, but I need a process. Do I start with, let me just check in with where I am with so and so in my life, in my childhood and this and what it's created, and just do the process rather than a
Yeah.
specific event because it
Yeah. Yeah.
happens
Yeah, it could be
all
a
the
person,
time.
it could be a event, it could be a thought process. I mean, I've
Okay.
even done it on like opinions, like my own opinions. Like, oh, like opinion, or if there's certain opinions out in the world that like I get a little triggered by, I'll just go, okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna sit with that. Or, I've even done it with just things in the news, and yeah,
Yeah. I think for
because
me, it's
you're
the
processing.
unsaid
Like
piece.
it's not how like we would intellectually process things. You just
Right.
gotta like, that's the beautiful thing about the intuitive mind. Just point
Right.
at it, give it a task, and then get out of its way. It will do what it does. Like
Okay.
you don't have to figure anything out. The only thing that I would say maybe in those kinds of situations where you're have a person or a situation is um you could start off with doing the body awareness. Like you could go, okay, how's my body? I'm listening to my body, feeling the tension in my body. And,
Mhm.
not just like, oh, my shoulder hurts, but like going, okay, I feel tension in my body. I feel along my spine. And then you think of the person or situation, you go, ugh, my jaw got tight, my shoulders went up to my ears. Like, you're practicing, for one, you're connecting the mind and the body. But two,
Mhm.
you're starting to shift out of intellect into intuition by doing that. But also you're listening to the body. And so the intensity that the body feels it needs to do to get the attention of the mind, soon as you start listening to your body starts going, okay, I don't have to yell. Maybe I'll just talk loud. And then you listen to it a little bit more and you go, now I can use my indoor voice. And then, you get to the point where it's just a whisper. I can just whisper and the mind hears me. Right. And so even if you just start with that, like a lot of times when I'm doing therapy with somebody and there's like a history of like, bad things or intense, something intense, we just start off with just not even thinking of situations. Just listen to the body. Just put your attention on your awareness on your body. You feel it and then let go. And then do it. And it sounds very simple, but when you've gone through something, it's kind of hard. Like it's not as easy as you would think. And so then what you're doing is you're starting for the mind and body to communicate. And then once there starts to be communication, you go, okay, now what about that person? What about that situation? Now I'm going to listen. And the mind listens. And then it's like, okay, that I don't feel safe. I don't feel secure. I feel hurt. I feel wounded. I feel whatever. And so you kind of go through that. But then the remedy is what we just did. There might be different oils. Like here, we're just doing a very basic thing, but that pattern, even if you didn't use an oil, will produce a result.
Thank you.
And this kind of circles back to what you were addressing because the comment, um, I'll get right back to you, Teresa. Give me one sec. The comment they said was after finding the hotspot, I've been super fidgety, unable to focus, visualizing ball of light is almost impossible. And you suggested keep doing the process. And they said focusing on the solar plexus is finally calming things down a bit.
Okay, so yeah, so like everything that we just said, like going through and doing the three brains will help you like move through whatever that is. The ball of light helps, but like when you do the ball of light, it will do it. But like when you add the three brains to it, it's like you accelerate the process of the ball of light. Like the three brains really is like a physicalization of the ball of light. And so both like the light coming in and then the manifestation of the light going out. And so, like, if you have something like that where it's like, ugh, God, I went back to a nasty thing, like, try to do the ball of light the best that you can. But, like, I make this joke, but it's not even really a joke. Like, I'll be doing it, and I'm like, I feel so good, I feel so peaceful. I think I'll go visit some things in my past. The ball of light's nice and bright, and then I go and visit something from my past, and I was like, now my ball of light is turned into camouflage and there's green and black and I don't even really see light. And eventually it will come back around, but it just means that that situation, there's still dysregulation in the body in that situation, right? So the more that you kind of do the ball of light, it will eventually regulate. It will take a while. Doing the three brains accelerates that process. So the ball of light becomes the ball of light quicker. Like it's just, you're processing through instinct, you're processing through emotion, you're processing through things in the mind. And instinct means the things in the body. Like it's not just like some emotional or mental thing. It is basically the stimuli that's coming from the body. So if there's an area in the body that's not functioning right, it's going to affect instinct, right? If the body doesn't feel safe, then instincts go up because it's looking for potential injuries that might be coming. So the more that the body starts to become regulated, the more that instinct will like regulate. Instinct is just like a set of reactions. Yeah.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Two questions that I forgot to ask. What was what was the oil you said that breaks down thought forms in the body? Was it in Pepo?
Um, Poplar. But I know
Poplar.
you love him, Pepo.
Yeah, I absolutely do. And I love equally Poplar, so you know. Um,
Yeah.
and the other question I had, because I realized after we talked, I was working on this last night, what's coming up today, and I was trying to keep my heart open to allow it to process those hurt emotions.
Mhm.
And I've noticed that, of course, I'll keep it open, I'll close it, keep it open. It's like me opening and closing a door. If I wanted to really get my heart, um, I don't even know how to say it, conditioned to remain open and know it's safe, what would you recommend to strengthen that process versus the open, close, open, close?
Well, I would say that you're really wanting to stimulate the function of the back heart.
Okay.
The back heart would clean up anything that's potentially there, and the more that be, because the thing that causes us to like feel the pain or whatever, especially for it to be prolonged, is that
Yeah.
the dysregulation shuts down processing, right?
Okay.
And so, like the thing with like when we start to feel a hurt feeling is like you said, like there's a shutdown. Really, all that's being communicated is, ouch, that hurt. Like that's really all
Hmm.
that's being said. Like, ow, 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 right?
Yeah.
So if you go to the back heart, it's that comment that I always make about the back heart is an amazing janitor. Like it just
Hmm.
keeps cleaning things up. And so the more that it cleans up, the more that the heart can like be active and stay active even when there's an ouch, because the ouch isn't, even though you're working a situation, it wasn't just that ouch. Most likely it was like all the ouches. Like all the
Absolutely.
ouches are piled in there. And so the more that the back heart is cleaning things up and transmuting things, it starts to kind of take the edge off those ouches. And when something arises, the heart just starts to clean it up. And so at some point, that's why we start going, let's go revisit something that was painful, because then it can bring it up so that the heart can go deeper. Because, like,
Hmm.
it will go to a certain extent, but depending on the person, it will only go like so deep, depending on
Sure.
where our perceptions are and how much the more that the intuitive mind is kicked in, the deeper the heart will transmute.
Okay.
And so, you know, the 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 process itself will develop a deeper level of transmutation and cleanup. And
Okay.
I would say there's the aches and the pains and the hurts and the traumas and everything. But the other side of that same coin is obstacles. Obstacles, even though they might not be personalized, but like difficulties, um, will hit the back heart in a similar way, but they might not go ouch, but there's still a thing for the body to have as a thing that needs to be transmuted, because it still will generate body emotion. So
Okay.
the idea of like overcoming obstacles or like even mm, like in the Hindu and Buddhist thing with Ganesha, the overcoming of obstacles. It's the deeper that the back heart is able to purify, the
Hmm.
more that you have the potential for shifting out of the consciousness that's stuck in that trauma or that pattern. And that's
Okay.
really what we're shooting for, is to be
Hmm.
able to go, okay, I'm done with this pattern, pull the consciousness out and have an expansion of consciousness. And
Yep.
and so even our hurt feelings are a kind of, it's not an obstacle like how we think of obstacles, but in a way it is.
Hmm.
It's not an obstacle in our life, it's an obstacle of the manifestation of the soul.
Yep.
And that's why you remember like a month or two ago, I was saying the healing process is a lower manifestation of the process of the soul developing. That's why. Like it is like when we go through and we heal, not just like, oh, like this is this and this is because of that. Like when we truly work through something and heal something, not only are we improving the quality of our life and how we feel and starting to impact the environment, the soul evolved because of that. Like the
Yeah.
soul is evolving as you go through and you process those things.
Sure.
Like if you look at a lot of spiritual teachers, um, they had immense amount of difficulty,
Hmm.
immense, you know. Part of that is like the process, you know.
Yeah. So, is there anything I can just focus on oil wise and focus on the heart and the back heart?
Yeah, the ginger lily, the rose, the heal
Okay,
tree.
those two.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
I would just stick with that. Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. Perfect. I just found my ginger lily. So,
There
thank
you
you.
go.
Someone said, what about neroli for this process? I used neroli the first time and poplar balsam the second time. It was asked whenever you were talking through, like helichrysum's good doing this. And
Yeah, so neroli is very good. It's very good for taking tension out of the body, but neroli helps to bring things through full cycle. Yeah, like it's helps improve perceptions. Yeah, it's very nice.
someone shared, I have less of an emotional charge with the memory. I feel peaceful and felt energy leaving and mind is calm.
Oh, so good.
Someone else shared, I saw a janitor pushing a broom around my back heart this time.
That's funny.
That is fine, especially
Yeah.
since it was even before you shared the thing about the back heart and kind of went into that. Someone said a general thank you for this amazing class. Learning a lot, amazing
Okay.
questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, great questions, great shares, guys.
Yeah, and I think there was, did we answer that question that you were reading?
I me just double check. Um, Let me just double check. I think. Did-
Okay, well,
Yeah,
I think we're good. Okay, so we're gonna break for lunch and we'll come back and we still have some other things, but I made it so that if we got on some tangent with something like this, that we had time to explore it. So anyway, so we'll come back. Let's see, 2:45. We'll come back an hour and a half at 2:45. Hey, everybody. Let's go ahead and come on back. So we're going to do segment 2, the respiratory protection. So another way of saying this would also be prevention during cold and flu seasons and change of weather, like when things are getting cold. And so you have some choices. Part of this is due to like some studies done on the chemistry of essential oils and what is good to protect the lungs, especially the lungs. So we have black spruce, anula, pine, rosemary, verbena, Siberian fir, and Sitka, or the blend respiratory protection. Let's see how you do with the oils of choice there. So this is kind of building on like what I think Gayatri was the one that asked about directing at different systems in the body. And here we're still using the idea of the ball of light, but we're directing it more to the whole respiratory tract. How's everybody? Okay. Okay. So we're still going to be doing the ball of light. We have the oils of choice. So begin visualizing the ball of light. And as you visualize the ball of light, begin inhaling the oil. Your awareness is simply on the ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. Okay, ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light. You're inhaling. And then pause and be still. Thank you. Keep in mind, this is for improving respiratory function, basically helping to prevent colds, flus, things like this. And basically, we want to reduce the stress state of the respiratory tract. So we're going to do a thing called pursed lip breathing. It's something that I've talked about before, but we're going to revisit it. And for some of you, it might be new in the first time. So when the body's in pain or the respiratory system is in a stress state, basically when there's dysregulation in the body, or specifically dysregulation in the respiratory tract, the bronchioles go into like a kind of spasm. So this makes the breath more shallow, makes it more rapid, and can cause issues in the nervous system, throw the body off, increase body tension, increase anxiety, even can cause like a panic attack, right? But basically, it also, because of the stress levels, it predisposes you to being sick and like having like a mucus reaction, right? So we want to open up the bronchioles, right? So we're going to manually do it. The oils are doing it, but we're also going to manually do it, right? So pursed lip breathing is very simple. First, we're going to check our bronchioles. So this is the test. You take a nice, long, slow, deep breath through your nose. You try to make it long and as even as possible, right? And then you hold your breath for a second. Now, if the bronchioles are good, you'll be able to take a long, slow, smooth exhalation after holding your breath for a few seconds, right? So you can go. Now, if your bronchioles are in spasms, you'll have a nice, long, slow inhalation, and then you'll hold your breath and you go, okay. Now you're trying to make your exhalation a little bit longer than your inhalation so you can measure, right? So you'll take this nice, long, slow inhalation and you go, okay, now long exhalation. And instead of being long and slow, you'll just go, and then that's it, right? Or it'll go, it'll be all over the place, right? You want to be able to exhale slowly and smoothly. This shows that your bronchioles are not in spasm. So you should be able to go. Okay, so first let's just check. Take a nice, long, slow, deep breath. Hold your breath and then slowly exhale. Right? So we got an idea of where your bronchioles are at. Even if they feel good, this is good to do from time to time, right? It discharges a bunch of stress from your respiratory tract, and it helps to diminish dysregulation in the whole respiratory system, including the sinuses. It's not directly going to impact the sinuses, but because you open up the bronchioles, the respiratory system will become more regulated and it will calm down the sinuses, right? Okay, so this is what you do. You take a nice, long, slow, deep breath, you hold your breath, and then you purse your lips. You make your lips tight all the way across except for a little tiny hole in the front. Then you force the air out of that, like you're trying to blow into a horn or something. You make your lips as tight as possible with only a little tiny bit of air that can come out, right? And then when you're fully exhaled, then just be still for a moment. Okay, so let's do it together. Inhale through the nose, hold your breath, and then force the air out through tight lips. And then be still. And then again, nice, long, slow, deep breath in through the nose. Hold your breath, purse lips, and then force the air out between your lips as hard as you can. You're just being still. Sometimes between the inhalation and the pursed lip exhalation, I like to take a few long, slow, deep breaths with the oil. So let's go ahead and have you do that. No pattern or anything. You're just inhaling the oil for a minute. Okay. Pursed lip breathing again. Inhale, hold your breath, force the air out again. Hard as you can. You're just being still and just let it incubate for a moment. See, we've done it twice, the pursed lips, or three. Three? Okay. So again, let's go back to the ball of light. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the ball of light. And then pause and let go. Now, let's do the lungs. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, move your awareness to the breastbone. Move your awareness to the breastbone. Awareness is on the front heart. So I know it's right here in the breastbone, but now you're just in this whole area of the front heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, that mid back area below your shoulder blades in the mid back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, so this next spot is, you call it your high heart or the bottom of your throat, like where that little notch is at the base of your throat, like in that area, right in here. Like if I lay my hand on it, like right in this area. So if you just go to that little notch,
And then go back to the ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light. Mm. Mhm. And then just pause and be still. on that film. Okay, we're going to do another round of it. This is super good for this time of year. So again, you're visualizing the ball of light. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Okay, we're going to do just one round of the pursed lip breathing. So you're going to inhale slowly, hold your breath, and then force the air out as hard as you can. Tight lips and force it out as hard as you can. Again, visualize the ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let that go. Just let it incubate for a moment. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the lungs. Now move your awareness to the breastbone, the sternum. Push. I should probably take care of that spell. Just be still, be aware. Just let it incubate. Put your awareness on the front heart, that whole front chest area. Now the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. The back solar plexus, the mid back area. Your awareness is up on this high heart area or that little notch, the base of your throat between your two collarbones. And then again, visualize the ball of light. And then let go. Just let go. Check in with your breath. Take a nice, long, slow, deep breath. Exhale slowly. How is your breathing feel? Yeah, deeper. How about your sinuses? Does it impact your sinuses at all? Yeah. Okay. So let's do shares, questions. You can unmute yourself, type in.
I've got some yawning faces. Emojis.
I hear you there. Yeah. That's one thing about the treating the respiratory tract is it's very relaxing, and actually you could even do like treatments on the respiratory system for even inducing sleep. It's just calming and soothing to the body. So anyway, how about we'll take a break, we'll come back, and if you have questions or something afterwards, we'll do that. But if not, we'll jump into the immune system.
Oh, we did have one quick share.
Yeah.
Feeling very calm. What would be the effect of a dysregulated heart throat minor? I think the high heart maybe is more what he's referring to because of how we called it, right?
Right, high heart, throat minor.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most likely that would be bronchioles. It could be other things too, but including neck muscles and things like that. But if there's a bunch of dysregulation in that area, most likely you're going to have bronchial spasms, bronchial constrictions. So shallow breathing, rapid breathing, anxiety, possibly even some low-grade panic, difficult sleeping, um, starts to throw the nervous system off, intensifies pain, if pain's on a scale of 1 to 10, a 3 with bronchial spasms, it becomes a 6 or a 7. The thing that is is pretty mechanical is whenever you have sharp pain for any length of time up to like a week or 2 weeks, your body, because of the dysregulation in the nervous system, um, your body starts to become dysregulated all over and you start to develop bronchial spasms. And so that also increases body tension. It increases tension in the diaphragm. It increases tension and pressure on the spinal nerves, which then starts to exaggerate other neurological issues. Organs don't start functioning as well. Pain becomes exaggerated. Motor function can be thrown off a little bit. Sensory information going back to the brain gets thrown off. It can really cause like a tailspin of a lot of things. The time that we spend like treating bronchial spasms, we've kind of talked about it a lot of different ways, but it's one of the things that I do for a lot of issues. Is I One of the first things I look at when I work on somebody is I evaluate the bronchioles. Pain, anxiety, even psychological issues will become amplified. If you have like a little bit of low grade anxiety or you have like something that you're struggling with bronchial spasms, it will massively intensify. And so, a good question. Like bronchial spasms can really make a lot of things worse. And so, yeah.
Someone else shared, my jaws feel tight around my ears.
So this is what I say, because like I've noticed this too. Like sometimes when I do this on myself, everything was tight and then it starts to loosen up, but your jaws didn't loosen up as much as everything else. So sometimes that's why I'm laughing is I've spent a lot of time like trying to figure that out. And then I realized, oh yeah, it's my jaws just didn't loosen up like because a lot of this is used for elevating the ribs. So it's a part of the respiratory function. And so it will relax, but sometimes the jaws won't relax quite as much. So use something to relax the jaws a little bit, spikenard, vetiver, like just inhale with your awareness on the jaws. I like to use neroli. Neroli works really well for that, but you could use all kinds of things. Clary sage, marjoram, Roman chamomile.
And go ahead, Danelle.
Mhm.
Hey, Greg, you can hear me.
Yes.
Thanks for the wonderful class too, by the
Oh,
way.
good. I'm glad you're enjoying so much.
I am. It's very, very relaxing. Well, except for this last process. And it kind of makes sense to me. There was a lot of sort of sadness and frustration that came up doing this particular protocol, and I know it has to do with the heart chakra and lungs and that area. So
Yeah, like any sort of grief stuff will definitely
yeah,
settle in the lungs. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And between the shoulder blades,
And
which
between the
is
shoulder
back,
blades.
yeah, which is back hard as well. So I mean, that
Yeah.
that is also lungs and the connective tissue in that area. So
That makes a lot of sense.
yeah.
Is there anything you recommend just to continue to do this process
Yeah,
or
I would do it, and you might want to mix in like things that are good for transmuting, like sadness, grief, or things like that. Does it feel like it's in that realm?
yeah, I would yeah, and just frustration. There's just
Yeah.
multiple things that have come up in the
Frus
past like week, I would say.
Frustration, lang lang is always super good.
Lang Lang. Okay.
Yeah,
And I would
yeah.
call it stress too, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say lang lang, and then um stress, you could use like clary sage, Roman chamomile,
Okay.
lavender, marjoram. But if there's a little grief in there, like marjoram, cypress, rose, ginger lily, all of
Okay.
those are really good for that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's really helpful. Thank
Yeah.
you. And
You're
then do I
so
just kind of focus on the situation as I'm breathing them in?
yeah, you do
Yeah.
the ball of light,
Okay.
and if it's just like stress, probably do the materialization breath.
Oh,
If it
sure, of course. Okay.
if it's like a bit of sadness, do the thing where you do the soles of your feet, the main man, the back heart, and the crown.
And the crown, yeah.
Mm.
Okay, great. Okay, yeah. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
You're so welcome. And if for some reason it needs more, email us and I'll talk you through something.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
But
that
that
sounds
should be
great.
helpful. Yeah.
And usually, I feel like a lot of times by the end of the class day or even by the next day, it's kind of moved its way
Oh,
through.
good.
That's kind of what I
Good.
usually notice in these situations. So,
Like for
thank you.
frustration though, Lang Lang is one of the best things for frustration.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. So I'll pick these guys out. Thank you.
Perfect.
Someone shared my sinuses are more open now, which is kind of amazing since I had heaps of cheese for lunch. That would normally stuff me up fast.
Right. Yeah. You know, like the pursed lip breathing doesn't necessarily treat the sinuses directly, but because it flushes out so much stress from the respiratory tract that eventually it kind of catches up to the sinuses and it does improve sinus function. You know, the sinuses especially are like a reflection of stress or very susceptible to stress. You know, like if you're stressed out, a lot of times there'll be sinus issues. Apparently, this is the international sign for sinus issues. I don't know why I kept doing that, but
So someone's asking, what would the pattern for the Lang Lang be? For the
actually just inhaling it, a few drops on the wrist. I like to put it on the chest and the abdomen for that. And sometimes I actually even take a few drops of it internally. Yeah. Yeah, you don't even really have to do a pattern, just inhaling and ball of light, you know, just real simple. So, okay, so we'll take a break and we'll come back at 20 after and we'll do the immune system. Hey, everybody. So we're coming back and we're going to dive into just doing some general immune prevention or protection, I guess, which is protection from colds and flus and going into that time of year. So I would say something like this is always best with consistency, you know, doing it daily or at least maybe every other day. Doesn't have to be very long. You could do a little 10 or 15-minute process. But on a deeper level, if the immune system is hypervigilant or has an exaggerated immune response, the tendency is for you to get sick more often. So there might need to be a deeper dive into some of the vagal tone work and things like that. But this is a good way to unwind the dysregulation in the immune system and to help prevent colds and flus. So there's a big list of oils, starting with the blends: Armor, Immune Support, Liberation, Panacea, Travel Guard. And then single oils, there's a big giant list: bay laurel, bergamot, black pepper, camphor, cinnamon, clove, eucalyptus dives, globulus, polybroct, radiata, smithy, frankincense, geranium, lemongrass, melissa, monarda, neoli, oregano, pine, ravensara, ravintsara, rosemary, savory, tarragon, tea tree, and thyme. So lots and lots of choices. So grab your oil. And with whatever oil you have, just start with inhaling it, not even doing a particular practice, just doing some inhalation.
Anytime? Someone's asking.
Anytime is the right time. Still makes me laugh. Yeah, any of the times will work.
We'll name one of the times anytime.
So, I know here listed is visualizing the ball of light, but I thought we'd practice a little body awareness before we even get rolling in that. So inhale the oil for just a minute or so. And let's just practice some body listening. So let go of the inhalation and just be still. Check in with your body. Where do you feel tension, a heaviness, an agitation in the body? Is it in the spine? Is it in the jaws? Okay, so you're observing your body, you're listening to your body. When you find your spot, you're just observing that area. You're inhaling the oil with your awareness on the body. Okay, be still. Just let it incubate. So the thing with the immune system is it's to keep outside invaders from impacting us. Viruses, bacterias, parasites, fungi. But it's also very reactive to outside threats, right? So even when we're dealing with like the jerk at work or some difficult person around us, whatever that might be, especially if they're being not just agitating, but a little bit aggressive, like people who are being aggressive or violent towards us, it actually is very aggravating to the immune system. So this idea of listening to the body, even though I didn't list it in the protocol, but the idea of listening to the body is a way to calm down any of these sorts of reactions to external influences that might impact our immune system. So even if you just take a little bit of time every day and do some inhalations and do body listening or body awareness, that a lot of times, especially done over a period of time, will have a regulating effect on the immune system. It might not be the complete treatment, but it definitely is helpful, you know. So even if you have 5 minutes a day and you inhale some good antiviral, during COVID, we used a lot of Monarda and Melissa, but, different forms of thyme are very antiviral. Bayloral, Eucalyptus radiata, Neoli. Let's see, I said Bayloral, right? Bayloral, radiata. I'm missing one. Ravensara. Ravensara is also very, very antiviral. Most of the things that are listed here are pretty antiviral, some more than others, but they're all will get you in there. But Melissa and Monarda are pretty darn strong. And then Bayloral, Eucalyptus radiata, Neoli, Ravensara, also very strong antivirals. Immune support is the strongest antiviral blend. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to do another round of listening to the body, and then we're going to go into the ball of light. So you're listening to the body. You're inhaling the oil as you listen to the body. And then pause and let it go. Now, visualize the ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light. You're surrounded by the ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths while you're meditating on the ball of light. Mhm. And then just pause and be still. And again, visualize the ball of light. You're inhaling as you visualize the ball of light. Then just pause and be still. Okay, so we're going to do the materialization breath, right? So you're materializing light into the body, for one, but also the materialization breath helps to shed the conditioning that's happened over a period of time. And the act of moving your head back and forth actually helps to regulate the cerebral spinal fluid circulation. So, again, just to revisit, you're going to take the bottle, you're going to hold it to your chest, right? Then your head is going to go down. You're going to inhale, hold your breath, and then your head goes up, and then exhale, and then down, inhale, and then up, exhale, and then down, inhale, up, exhale, 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 and then just be still. Be still and be aware. You're just being still. Okay, let's do it again. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths at your own pace. Do them at your own pace. You're just being still. Okay, another 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. So oil to your chest, chin down. Go ahead and do another 8 or 9. So we did the materialization breath 3 times. Usually when you do something like this, you do it 2 to 4 times. We're going to do another round of it. So we'll stop at 3. We're going to move to spinal awareness. Just like we do body awareness, where we check in with different parts of our body, we're going to do the same thing, but with the spine. Here's the thing with the spine. The spine has a big impact on the immune system. When the vertebrae are off a little bit side to side, or there's a lot of tension in and around the vertebrae, it will actually throw off lymphatic function in the body. If the vertebrae slides just a little bit forward, it causes hypervigilance in the immune system and eventually turns into an autoimmune issue. So, the overall health of your immune system is dependent on many factors. One big piece is actually the vertebrae. And so if you think about like it's to try to keep out outside invaders, it's fending off like threats. If there's misalignments or issues in the spine, the body feels more compromised and it feels a greater need to keep out outside threats. So this idea of using antivirals and things that are good for the immune system, but then checking in with the spine is a way to make the body feel very strong and fortified and relaxes some of the immune response, right? So you're going to practice spinal awareness. So that means you're just going to check in with just your spine. Where do you feel some tension in your spine? You're going to put your awareness there and do your inhalation, right? So check in with the spine. And wherever you feel something, hold your awareness there and then take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. How's that feeling on your spine? Hmm. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. Let's do spinal awareness again. You're being aware of your spine. You're checking in with your spine. Wherever you feel something, your awareness is there. Might be the same as last time, might be in a different spot. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Visualize the ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light. You're visualizing the ball of light. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the ball of light. You're inhaling the oil with your awareness on the ball of light. And then you're pausing and being still. Just let it go. You're visualizing the ball of light. Meditating on the ball of light. You're inhaling the oil. You're letting that go. You're just letting that go. Just being still. Now let's do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. So bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do them at your own pace. And just being still. Again, bottle to your chest, chin down. Do another 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do it at your own pace. And then again, bottle to your chest, chin down. Another round of the materialization breath. 8 or 9 at your own pace. Just being still. Just being still. You're being aware of your spine. You're practicing spinal awareness. You're checking in with your whole spine. Identify an area. You're focused on that area. Do nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. How's this making you feel? Feels good, like fortifying you. Yeah. And then again, your awareness is on the spine. You're checking in with the spine. Just being still. When the body feels safe, when the body feels secure, the immune system will calm down. When the body feels fortified. So let's do one more ball of light, and then we're going to talk this out a little bit. So visualize yourself at a brilliant ball of light. You're inhaling. And then just pause and let go. Just let it incubate. Notice how you feel. So when you go through and you treat the immune system, there's a lot of different ways you could do it. There's a lot of different levels you could do it. Going through cold and flu season, using things that are very fortifying to the immune system on a daily basis is a very good idea. You can diffuse things in the air like eucalyptus or, Neoli, things like this, things that are very strong antivirals, just to keep the immune system up and strong. Consistency through the cold and flu season is always good. Different viruses, every year we have a different like cold, flu, influenza, COVID, SARS, whatever it is. Sometimes from year to year, different oils or different herbs are the stronger choice to use that year. But most of the things that are listed here are very good antivirals to begin with. So you're at least in the ballpark, even if you just use something like that. And, here we're doing this process. was drawn out, probably a little over an hour or so. But you could do a 15-minute version of it. It doesn't have to be this big, you know, overwhelming little process that you have to do all the time. But if you just consistently kept fitting something in. Now, we have that free class we did, the Healing the Immune System, that had vagal tone work in it. And then we also have some immune classes that are free that are just general symptom oriented approaches. And so the idea being that if you go through and improve vagal tone, which is your rest and repair, and you minimize and diminish the dysregulation in the sympathetic part of the nervous system, which is fight, flight, and action and activity, just doing that usually improves the immune system. But then we can really hone in on different areas of the immune system to enhance your immunity through this time. The thing that I would also throw in there is your skin. We don't think of the skin as being one of the barriers for keeping out, like, viruses and bacterias, but your skin is a part of your immune system, just like your spleen and your thymus and things like that. And so good skin health through the winter time is also good. And we'll be talking about that right off the bat in the morning. That we're just talking about, like, keeping the skin like moist and regulated through the winter months. We'll talk about some options and things that you can do for the skin that we might not practice, but at least we can talk those things out. But this isn't necessarily a treatment for everything, but if you did this on a regular basis, it would be a good way to fortify the immune system in general for a cold and flu season. If you have an exaggerated immune response, which is another way of saying allergies, and then, I want to say, I want to back up there. People think of an exaggerated immune response or allergies just as like, oh, I have sneezes, I have dry eyes, I have, hay fever. A lot of times if I ask somebody, like, do you have allergies? They'll say no, but that's just the allergies that we know of. Doesn't mean that you don't have some sort of digestive component, skin related issue. You still might even have them in the respiratory tract, but not be aware of them. The idea of allergies is not just that you have what are like the classic allergic responses, right? But if you take that away, if you take the symptoms away and you look at it from a systemic point of view, right? It's an exaggerated immune response. That's what it is. And so most people are walking around with an exaggerated immune response. Sometimes it's hypervigilant, which would eventually lead to an autoimmune issue, but an exaggerated response will also make your immune system actually quite weak. Right? You might go through and do treatment for colds and flus and like try to strengthen things up, and it may be bumped up from where it was at, but then still getting sick again, right? So you have to look at, is the immune system hypervigilant, and is the immune response exaggerated, right? So we go through and we unwind the exaggerated component and then start building the immune system, not just trying to keep out colds and flus and the viruses and bacteria associated with that, but like strengthening the immune system in a way that it calms down the exaggeration, but it strengthens and fortifies it from the inside out. Then anything that you do for viruses and bacteria is very amplified, and it really helps you to not get sick even when you're exposed to somebody who is quite sick. Remember last year when we were traveling and I don't know, we were in the process of getting our rental car and, all this. And Samantha had to run back and get something. And I can remember, walked into the elevator and somebody was there. And as soon as she walked in, they coughed right in her face. And they were obviously very sick. And so she walked over to me and she goes, "Yeah, super sick person just coughed like right into her face." But we had been prepping, we had been using the oils that we're talking about. And we did a little extra because we knew we were going to be traveling. And we did like the herbal, like the immune support with the old school herbal thieves formula, like the original one back from, a few hundred years ago. Um, and I think you had like a little weird like 8 hours where you're like, I might be getting sick, and then nothing happened. And I mean, she full blown got exposed to whatever that was in her face and still didn't get sick. And again, it's calming down those different aspects of the immune system, fortifying the immune system, and then using antivirals. It sounds like a lot, but when you get it into a little routine, it's really not that difficult. Like, it's like maybe 10 minutes out of a day. Like, you sit down at the end of the day, sit in a chair, a couch, and, you're unwinding, and you take 10 or 15 minutes to go do that while you're, you know, listening to music or doing whatever you're doing, and boom, you're done. So you can do it right before you go to bed. You could slap on body tonics, you do a little salt bath, you could do any version of that. But going into the time we're going into now, be thinking of how you can keep your immune system strong, so you hopefully don't get sick, or maybe minimize whatever illness happens, or only get sick once, or whatever it is. So, but anyway, let's go ahead and unmute or type in. Go ahead and share or ask questions. Go ahead and fire away.
As people type in or unmute, I just want to just add to what you're saying. Like when people like are coughing on you, it's like a attack. Like
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
it's
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
the system just definitely doesn't see that differential between like
Yeah.
people yelling at you and
Right.
like an
Yeah.
actual virus.
Yeah. If you want to see how strong your immune system is, just go fly somewhere during cold or flu season. There are people who should not be on the airplane, let alone even in the airport, like full blown sick. Like almost in any time during cold and flu season, there's usually at least a couple people who are full blown sick on the plane.
And even if they're not sick, they're like aggressive, or the stress is
Right,
just so
right.
tangible
Yeah.
that way. And go ahead, Dana.
I've definitely experienced that on the plane.
Yeah, it's like every time, like it's every time, like it has to
Yes.
be every plane.
Even in the summer.
Yeah, yeah, that's true too.
So yeah, I feel like this definitely makes sense. For me, I have like long history of immune problems and allergies, and right now, currently, this is like the third or fourth dose of antibiotics I've had to take. And so,
It's for sinuses or lungs or
this time around, there was the sinus and UTI thing happening at the same time. The sinus went away, but the UTI came back again. And I had a really bad allergic response yesterday to one of the antibiotics, like a horrible rash. So they had to switch it again. This is nothing new for me. This is, kind of 2-3 times a year at least. This is kind of what I deal with. So I know I'm depleted.
with UTIs?
Yeah, the sinus infections happen more. The UTIs are usually once a year, but for some reason this year, this fall, I'm having trouble kind of battling it, getting rid of it. So
The thing with UTIs, try using take some tea tree, like three drops, like every
Okay.
4 hours. Like every 4 hours. hours, like while you're awake, and then the
Okay.
next day, like do it again. Do it like for a few days in a row. But usually within 48 hours, you can usually, I'm not saying every time, but usually
Yeah.
you can knock it out. But like if you just kind of consistently like hit it with a tea tree, the tea tree will
Yeah.
knock it out.
Yeah, and I just have the roll on, but I can definitely order tea tree. I know it's not that expensive.
Yeah, it's not expensive at all.
No. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It would be a good one for you to keep on hand.
Just to
I mean,
keep on
tea tree is
hand.
good for so many things, but
Yeah.
especially if you're having UTIs like once or twice a year. I mean, I'd have
Yeah.
it, and if you even start to get like any sort of a hint of a UTI, I'd
Yeah.
do it. You know,
Well,
the
it's weird,
sciences
like,
can be a little bit more complicated, but you know,
yeah.
rosemary verbenan or Neoli,
Yeah.
like internal as well, they're not a quick fix, but like
Yeah.
over a period of time, it can help kind of resolve some of the stuff with the sinuses and make
Yeah.
us predisposed. Yeah.
So would you recommend doing those internally, like
Yeah,
just
I would.
regular
Yeah,
basis? Yeah.
I mean, rosemary verbena, you could just take a few drops for the rest of your life. Like,
Okay.
it's
Okay.
one of those where it's like, it does so many good things that, you know, it's good for the liver, it's good for the digestive tract, it helps to
Okay.
balance out, you know, different things that might be out of balance as far as homeostasis is concerned.
Okay.
Reduces dysregulation in the body quite substantially. It tones up the sympathetic nerves to keep them less likely to go into that dysregulation. And so, you know, inhaling is good, but you know, when you start to have chronic sinus issues,
Hmm.
I would do that. And then even the allergen components that's it's the allergic inflammatory storm.
Okay.
And what was
Oh,
the other side of it? The other, it's in the, let me look it up real quick. You look like you need a little bit of that. Um, Let me just look at
yeah.
it
Let me
real
write
quick.
that one down because I'm not as
Yeah.
familiar with that.
Yeah, and Robert did post it in the chat. We
Oh.
have it in as allergen inflammatory.
Oh.
Allergy.
Okay. So that wasn't in that one class with the roll-ons with all the viral and bacterial. I don't think it was actually. So, okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, I can't remember. Sorry.
Yeah. And I did start taking quercetin as well because I know you've
Oh,
mentioned
good.
that
Yeah,
before. Okay. Yeah, I'll write that one down. I'll make a note
yeah.
of it.
I would
So,
use that
yeah.
just to like kind of calm down that exaggerated response.
Sure.
And then it will make whatever you do to fortify the immune system, it will make it like work better.
Okay, and that one internally or
No,
topical?
that one you can just inhale.
Oh, inhale it. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that one you
Yeah.
can just
Yeah.
inhale.
Okay. And then any ideas of what I can do once I'm done with hopefully the last round of antibiotics? Just to kind of help with, the stomach and
Oh, the flora
aftermath.
and things like that.
Yeah.
A little bit of Palmarosa, like
Okay. Oh,
again
yeah.
internal.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
do Palmarosa internally, like daily. I mean, I do it for a while, you know, because the thing that's nice about Palmarosa is, and there's a couple other things you could use, but Palmarosa is very gentle on the stomach, and
Hmm.
it will diminish the bad bacteria, and it will improve the good bacteria in the gut. You know, it doesn't do it quickly, but you know, I'd say like
Yeah.
even sometimes after like a week or two, you'll even notice that like your body smell will like change a little bit, like your armpits and things like that. And it's
Hmm.
just because the flora is changing, you know.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And somebody's wondering which antivirals are good to take internally.
Monarda, Melissa, Bayloral, Naoli, Ravensara, um,
Monarda complex.
yeah, Monarda complex. lemongrass, cinnamon, frankincense, rosemary, tea tree, thyme, geranium, yeah, bergamot. I mean, you could even do black pepper if you wanted to. Yeah.
Great. Are all these listed antivirals good for inhalation to fortify the immune system?
I mean, they're all antivirals. Like they can be somewhat fortifying, but the issue is that if the immune system is an exaggerated response or a hypervigilant response, which is like a different way of saying autoimmune, we think of autoimmune and we think of like, well, like I don't have an autoimmune condition, but still, the reason why I always say hypervigilant is you might not be autoimmune, but your immune system is like, got PTSD and is like tweaking and ready for anything just to like, ready to go. And um, if that's there, as much as you try to fortify things, it doesn't really hold very well. Like you want to kind of calm those things down, right? And then like kind of fortify. And so there's that blend tonify, but any of these things would be toning, right? But I would say calm some of the dysregulation down before, you know, even if it's just for a few weeks. And then you go through and treat, and you'll find that you'll get much better results. Mm. Yeah, this was a nice day. I enjoyed this day.
I liked going
Yeah.
slow and deep on
Yeah,
it.
slow. Plus, like these kind of classes, I don't know about for you guys. I like it because we can talk it out, and not that we can't talk it out at any point in any class, but these are especially kind of made for. We do a little treatment, we talk it out, we talk about how to use them and why and applications and you know, I don't know. I kind of like that stuff. So
Oh, yeah, they said wonderful class, learned a lot.
yeah, good.
I like how you set this up too, like immune, and then tomorrow we have the skin.
Yeah,
and
we're gonna just touch on a
difficult
little bit of
people.
everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just thought going into cold and flu season and wintertime and seeing relatives and I got the holidays coming up. We need a little smattering of everything. I could be projecting a little bit, but you know. Anyway. Okay, is that it?
That's it for now.
Okay, you guys. Oh yeah.
Yeah, they said I love the format of this class.
Good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Another question just
Mhm.
came in. How does the immune support Thieves Body Tonic work?
Meaning like how to apply it or like so the body tonic, you don't have to cover your whole body with it. You can just take some. I like to put it on my throat and my chest, like just kind of like the original Thieves Blend that was made a few hundred years ago. They used to make it with vinegar, and what they would do is they would take it and they would rub it, and then, put the vinegar in their hands, rub it, and then put it on their face and throat. And you could do that with it, but like I like the idea of the throat and chest better. But the immune support is a very potent antiviral. And then the herbal thieves is the original formula. There's all the different versions of thieves these days, but none of them that I've seen really have the original formula, We went back to the original formula, and the original formula, like only maybe half of them are essential oils. The other half are just herbs from the old days. And so we made the original blend that they used in what was it, the plague?
Yeah,
It was the plague, you know, it was those thieves. They were going into people's houses and taking stuff and not getting sick. And so we stuck to the old formula and then we combined them. So very strong antiviral, very strong antibacterial, anti kind of contagious kind of conditions. You know,
Does it get into the blood to work?
yeah, anytime you inhale or put something on the body, it penetrates the skin, goes in and gets into the blood, or if you inhale it, it gets into the lung tissue, and then as blood passes through the lungs, it spreads it throughout the body and fortifies it that way. Plus, you also have the energetics of it. So the energetics would also fortify the energy centers associated with, you know, the immune system. So
And someone else said, "Thank you very much. Wonderful class."
good, good, good.
All right. Oh, nope, more. So can you inhale the body tonics?
Yeah, it's probably not the best way to do inhalation, but I mean, you could, you know. I mean, it's got witch hazel and alcohol in it as well, and so sometimes it has minerals and things in it. But yeah, it's stronger to do the essential oils direct, you know, not watered down in the body tonic. But I mean, you could in a pinch.
Giving him a second.
Okay, you guys, so we'll see you at 10 in the morning. We're going to go through, we're going to start right off the bat, I think, with skin, isn't it? We'll talk about the skin and then we'll go through and we'll talk about some other things tomorrow. So